Let me get the music running. I want to stream. I want to make this channel, give this channel the time it deserves, even if I'm not 100% up to it. I'm here, babies. Yeah. Let me. So, for the album we're going to be listening to, I was just randomly browsing on Apple Music and encountered an album called Night Train's Sleazeball. And of course, I had to find out who the masterminds were behind Night Train Sleazeball were. And I'm not going to start with Sleazeball, but I really like Night Train, so we're going to play some of that. Uh, Music, properties, not that one. Obstructs the door is caused by delay and dangerous by the night trains. Let me ping the Discord. So, looking at other channels, I have noticed that I don't have any stream panels. I have a Discord link, but that's a social link and isn't catchy art that's at the bottom of my stream. Stream panels have pages like about me and the games I'm playing that are probably good as an overall FAQ so that new streamers, new viewers can catch up without having to ask the same questions in chat. Plus, it'll just be nice for my Twitch channel overall to have art on it. Hang on, and let me clean up my windows. I've been cleaning my desktop and so many cluttered windows. Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't plugged in my drawing tablet. That's the whole source of the stream right there. I could have done these earlier instead of just fiddling around before the start of the stream, but thus is the way of streamer. Alright. Turn on tablet, and I have tablet. My music's gotten displaced. Here we go. Fits. Gonna move stream elements to the side. A little action. I hate having to move. Okay, this might make the stream alert out of the way, but I hate having to launch stream elements just to move chat boxes. Maybe I should have separate overlays for my chat boxes and my notifications. Okay, Fire Alpaca. That's the program for my art endeavors. So, because the sketching usually takes because sketching out usually takes the longest, I took the liberty of sketching out my elements beforehand, and it's already capturing fire alpaca. Some of these are okay. As you could see, I kind of took snapshots of other streamers I watched just to get an idea of what to make panels of, and some of them are well illustrated and some of them need some work. But I got the basic idea for what I wanted out of the way, so that way I wasn't just blindly thinking in mainstream. I think, yeah, this little icon used to be for the rurals, but I think I'm gonna have it for the about me segment instead. The donate is gonna be this little robot in the corner. I don't know if you can see my cursor getting just plugged into our charging dock or whatever. Rules or holding a sign. I'll be honest, I just sort of looked at a bunch of retro. Whenever I didn't have ideas for, I just sort of looked through a bunch of Windows 95 sprites until I got inspiration. This is the little error pop up with. I guess I'm not sure what to call my little PNG avatar guy. I made the short name of Flippy when I put him in as emotes, and I might just stick with that. Uh, it's an unprofessional name, but it works for now. Discord is gonna be the wireless symbol, except with the monitor as the dot. Full streams is gonna be just the folder on Windows with a hard drive. This is going to be more of a background element. I just want something to. I'm not sure if all of these are going to have backgrounds or if they'll just be icons. I'll see how long these will take me, and then if I feel up to it, I'll do backgrounds. But I might just do that until and just have plain backgrounds. But yeah, this will be part of the background and games. This this probably doesn't illustrate what I'm going for, but it's going to be Flippy as a game console. And his head's gonna pop open like a GameCube and have reveal a spinning disc inside. Of course, I can't animate it because it's Twitch panels. Can't hear music. Oh shit, you can't? Thank you. Shit. That's because it's turned ridiculously down. I don't remember why it's turned all the way earned down. Oh, I remember why it's turned down. So, I was trying out Opera GX's music player only to realize that it takes like this this much of the screen and there's not enough room for where the volume would be. So I just couldn't turn the volume up from the music player, and that's why it's super quiet. Thank you for pointing that out. I would have just kept going, ignoring the lack of music. Alright, alright. So all of this is one layer, but I think for the sake of time, I'm going to copy this outer thing and just use the same border for each of the panels. Uh, okay, hang on, I'm doing this wrong. Circle the whole thing, and then subtract this. Already messed it up. Also, I found out what this does. It lets you use your brush to change the selection area. So anywhere I draw, if I switch back to a different selection tool, it shows up as the selection. So, and I can use erase to just get rid of whatever I don't need. Actually, speaking of erase, Now I'll use the lasso. So if I need to make minor adjustments to whatever I'm selecting, it's easier. I like discovering tools. Alright, copy. Now, make this transparent, because we're going to draw over 90% of this. This is going to get its own layer. BG panels. Move this. I didn't account for size when making these, I guess. I can always move the little sketch guy up. Do I have a keybind for this? Keybind. Looking for keybinds. Merge folder. Nope. Distinct. Oh, merge down. Control E. That's useful. Now I can copy these with reckless abandon. Rules. These sketches are temporary, by the way. I just needed to jot the basic ideas down. Huh. Okay, those two icons are too close together. Actually, frick. Alright, move this down here. Okay. Name my layers so that I don't lose them, which I inevitably do. We want to move. I'm still on subtract. We don't want to still be on subtract. I want to move this up. Okay, this needs to be merged down with that new keybind I learned. Move these up here. This still needs to be moved to the right. This moved to the left. Actually, let's center them a little bit. Mostly centered. Position this vaguely underneath. Control copy. Control transform. Okay, control E for merge. One more, paste. Transform. And this needs to be shrunk. This is way too large. Actually, I don't have anything sketched for a schedule. My schedule isn't perfect, but I have a consistent time that I stream, just not consistent days. Shrink them down. Which one of these is the property? Yeah, at one point I was planning backgrounds and icons for these, but I think I'm just gonna stick with the icons for now. Alright, that looks good. Is music showing up on stream, right? Hang on. Wait. Oh, is music's coming through on OBS. I'm not hearing it on Twitch. Okay, no, it is coming through on Twitch. My stream's really quiet for some reason. Let me just check all volume mixer, make sure. Turn opera up. Oh god. Alright, I apologize. I didn't know. Actually, I could just turn it up in OBS, because I can hear it fine, but I want to make sure you guys can hear it. Wait. Yeah, music was turned down for whatever reason. It shouldn't be fiddling with OBS settings. Okay, so turning my headset down doesn't actually change the volume in OBS. For some reason, I thought that's how it worked, but everything's good now. I can go back to what I was actually doing. Icon, line art. Alright. I could stick with 15. 15's reliable, dependable. Okay, now I need to make a line. I got this. Song? Something went wrong, please refresh the page, try again later. Why is it giving me that? What the fuck? I have plenty of space on my PC for this. I specifically cleared my PC so that it didn't run into this issue. OBS captures. Okay, there's a DRG stream I forgot to get off of this hard drive. That explains my issue. Let me just briefly, just checking the VOD channel to make sure I already have this uploaded. Yes, I do. Begone oversized video file. Can I play this song now? Something went wrong. Please refresh the. Oh my god, please. I just want to draw. I just want to draw, man. I need my jazz to fuel my vibes. It says I hate technical difficulties. Why did this need to happen? It says I have 3 gigabytes on my PC, 130 free gigabytes, and heck, Apple Music. See, like, it just doesn't happen while it happens in the middle. I've used this perfectly fine yesterday for the past couple weeks, and now Apple Music in browser. So it could be browser specific. I'm not signed in on these other browsers. I don't want to sign into another browser. Come on. Okay. This is a hunch, but let me try. Maybe it's the cache of the clear website. I really apologize. I just don't know why the fuck. Last 24 hours of cache. Alright, refresh. If this doesn't work, I'm just going to play this album off of YouTube. Alright, guess what we're doing? No, don't tell me they aren't here. Fuck, what's the album called again? Obstruct the Doors. But it's not in a fucking play. Okay, wait. There it is. Alright. Half-Life. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have resorted to YouTube. Where's my browser? Hang on, I'm looking for the music browser. Give me a minute. Let me find the title. Nope, it's not there. There it is. Hello, Senator Armstrong. Glad you could visit the stream. Alright, let's hope that nothing gets longer than... No, I'm not putting the subscribe button in there. Nice try. Alright, let's hope that can hold the entirety of the album. I have no idea why Apple Music is giving me the middle finger right now, but we could make... We make do. Alright, now I can go back to what the stream was meant to be for. Putting the magnifying glass on a separate layer, because every time you don't make a separate layer, you'll wish you did. This is the beats Apple Music wanted to hide from you. Said we weren't ready. We'll show them. We want to get the circle right. So my right arm is right here. Artist's depiction of where a hand is. I'm positioning the screen so that it's the easiest for my right arm to make the curve without doing any additional mental work. If I can make every single curve feel like the same, then it's easier to get consistent curves as opposed to trying to do it backwards per se, and now my right arm has to go not in a natural circle, but in a reversed motion. I can kind of get it, but still a little slanted. Whereas when I work with my direction instead of against it, looks a bit better. At first I figured I wouldn't need to rotate this much, but here we are. I discovered that rotating can actually be pretty helpful. Have you rotated yet? Give it a shot. Speaking of rotating, I need to save this. Hmm. I also learned about flipping my artwork. Something I should do a bit more often, but it can things that no mistakes that you might not notice when the art is unflipped versus when it's flipped, you might be able to notice things that just look off. Like if a circle isn't perfectly straight or circular. Music's coming through on the stream, right? Just to make sure that a little too bit too loud. Okay, turning that down in OBS. Let's crank it down to that. How's that? It's currently between -45 and -50 in OBS. Is that better or is that still too loud? complete the magnifying glass. I am noticing the circle being slightly off center. Okay, I think this is. I need to fix this line. I think that I'm doubting my circles. Buzz? Why buzzing? Just a family member calling. They were gonna pick up kittens from the mall. We usually have big family dinners for holidays, so I imagine she's prepping something. It'll do. It's not the perfect circle, but we everything doesn't need to be perfect circles. Let's make sketch a little lighter so that we can better see what we're working with. I didn't draw on the sketch layer, did I? No, I just made this one transparent. We're gonna do squiggles here to imply that text is there, but in reality they can't read a single word of it. Maybe I should make more file just so that it's easier to see. Hang on. I don't need to make more files, just move this over to the right. Do 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 do. Include, no, don't move this. We want to include this in the selection. Include this, select both layers, move them rightish, and that's better. We only clipped a tiny portion of what we were intending to move. Let's not clip. Alright, so we're gonna back a bit on these. They don't need to be directly touching the edges of the document. That's not how text looks. Busted. We're at a little barcode at the bottom just to make it look interesting. Not feel like we should add something at the bottom like a signature, but I'm not sure what. What layer are you on? Nah, let's just add another scribble. So I'm not coloring this in yet, but I'm going to have a separate layer just for the little face. Actually, hang on. I just realized something. We don't have our reference. Alright, PC, art, VTube. Oh yeah, my regular face is not in the dedicated folder. Okay, that was not supposed to open an entirely separate tab, but it did. Color pick here. Color pick here. Color pick here. That's the same color. Color pick here. Color pick the vest. Color pick the gray. And now we have a cool palette we can reuse. Wait, where'd this go? Alright, we're gonna use this for the little face. I don't know what layer this is. This is absolutely nothing, meaning we can just use it for icon color, move it down. I wrote that on the icon layer. Whoops, you're not supposed to be part of the line art. Thankfully, we have a magic eraser to magic erase all of this away. Safely put it on its own layer. Fix the line art. Why is my... I'm leaning a bit on my tablet. I need to lean less on it. Use a nice large, that's the wrong pen. There's a small fraction left over. It didn't perfectly get everything. Actually, let me catch the stray pixels. Layer 7, I didn't do anything on here. Just merge it. It's a bit obfuscated by the sketch layer, but in due time. There we go. Actually, let me add the other eye, just so it's obvious it's a face. Just enough of it. Or maybe we want a little more eye visible. Alright. On to the next panel. So these... So it can be a little out of the boundary for a panel graphic. We just still want to consider our squarish dimensions. And totally makes sense when I say words. And as for the battery, I used the classic 9-volt battery. Most kids will remember using double A's or triple A's, but almost nobody uses the 9-volt. I saw it once in a smoke detector, and that was about it. They're funny square batteries, but I don't think I remember having an actual application for them. They just looked cool because they were square. I used to keep one on my desk for a while, thinking I'd eventually have a use for it, but that never came. Uh, nope, we want to use outline colors. I need to hone my line powers. This is where lines would be the most important. Actually, I need to start with here. I need to think of vanishing points, which I kind of already broke by starting from the bottom of the cube, but this is a nice rock spin for the jazz you've been listening to. Nice change of pace. I'm just saying words. This doesn't make sense. I need to fix this line. I may have done this all wrong. Once I lose the confidence, it's just gone. I can't make the line. Come on. I wonder if I'm just not lining properly or if it's the position of my canvas. Because I feel like the direction my hand is moving has a big impact on how I draw the line. Ever since I started moving the canvas more, I'm thinking more about what my hand can and can't do precisely. I've always had a little bit of trouble with perspective. Alright, now we go back to the sketch layer. Oh, Control S. Actually, I'm gonna take a moment to write out all of these torch panels just so people know the specific ones I'm working on. Text. Well, that one's already there. Right now, it's a Discord because I don't really have any social media. I don't know if this stream is big enough for something like a Twitter account or like an Instagram account, but I'm open to the idea of other social medias, but that means managing them, and I'd rather just do everything from a Discord. Discord I'm at least familiar with using. Yeah, that's fine, I'll rewrite it. Alright. Checking OBS, making sure everything's audioed properly. Oh, hang on. Alright, let's. Uh, so, sketch layer, we're gonna do a bright, obnoxious red. This one can't possibly be confused with the colors we're using. So, split it in half. A line roughly down the center. That doesn't feel down the center enough. Let's. That feels a bit more realistic. I learned this in like high school drawing class and I don't use it as often as I probably should. Gonna go obnoxious green now. Once you're sketching, you can use legitimately whatever color you want. It kind of resembles the British flag, but with more nonsense added to it. Icon. And now we draw a circle to represent where battery juice goes in and battery juice goes out. Okay, so up here the two crosses are meeting, and down here they kind of aren't. Let me. Nope, still on the sketch layer. We want to not be on the sketch layer or the color layer. Good thing I named all of these, otherwise I would be totally lost. Maybe it's better if I draw from this way. Alright, let's see how that looks. Decent. It's a decent foundation. We can looking. Let me look up an actual 9 volt just for reference. So this is dragging in a reference here. What the top of a 9 volt actually looks like. It's got It goes a little wide on one end and goes a lot wide on the other end, almost like the valve to a hose. So I'm going to make this one a little wider. This is out. Did we just reach the end of the album? Looks like it. Alright, I'm gonna hide this. And we're gonna go to the album that introduced me to this great band, Night Train Sleazeball. And if you think I'm joking about the name, it's up here. Frick. Night Train Sleazeball. Only words I need to know that this is going to be one of the best albums I've ever listened to. Actually, this deserves more likes. Here. Nine Volt from WarioWare. Exactly, 9 Volt from WarioWare. Famous Nintendo character 9 Volt. Alright, so I'm just gonna cheat and move these up a little bit. They're merging a little bit into the line art, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Yeah, it's the Night Train Sleazeball is just the perfect pull to an album. It Someone's gonna ask what you're listening to, and you're gonna say Night Train Sleazeball, and those words alone will be so fascinating that they try out the album and realize it's great. Gonna simplify this a little bit and omit the little thin part below it just to have this. Use my special tiny eraser built for getting in tight spots. I want to make this a little larger, a little more round. Maybe I picked too large of a outline for these, because from a distance you can barely distinguish them, and like they, hmm. Now we're turning Cat Jam back on. I love the song. I'll come back to it when I'm done drawing the little dude. Speaking of which, gonna shrink them down. There's two of us. Could you distinguish between what is real and what is not real? Wait, hang on, I gotta line it up in OBS. Okay, so it's gonna be slightly above ground, but I have clothed myself virtually identical. Alright, so I'm not going to make the same mistakes last time. I feel like I picked a smaller resolution than I should for this image because even with double the resolution I typically work with, drawing a bunch of smaller objects doesn't really work. Let's make that this transparent because this needs to be one cohesive line once we start coloring everything in. Getting the curve mindset, the mindset of drawing curves. Control S, we gotta do it every 5 minutes or else there's a non-zero chance your project will just disappear into the ether. I was actually using File Alpaca on my laptop off stream, and right after I saved, I tried copy pasting something, and pasting it just caused the entirety of Fire Alpaca to collapse on itself. Thank God I saved, otherwise I would have just lost all of my drawing to copy pasting the drawing. Alright, now we're gonna get his little vest. I've never really drawn this guy's legs before. This would be a great endeavor to figure out what his legs are gonna look like. Probably just do the same thing I'm doing with his arms, where they're just gray little nubs. Nah, it looks a little too unnatural. It's gotta match. I think I'm just gonna have it just end in a regular circle instead of trying this over here. Nah, they still look too lanky. Those arms are too wide. Wouldn't be that built. Now it looks too thin. Hmm. Man, I think it looks better without soda. Actually, let's make it curve inward instead. No, that doesn't make any sense at all. This arm extends way past the other arm. Actually, we can keep the curve. They just need to both end at the same relative height. Sketch layer, sketch layer, sketch layer. Ka-chow. When was this album released? Hang on. Recorded in 1994. Yeah, this had a bit of a late 90s vibe to it. Like we need more shoulder for this to work. Control S. Flip. Pun not intended. Nah, it needs to extend further. There, right there. That's perfect. The arm shall not move anymore. With this newfound perspective, I have found the perfect place for arm. Nope, that's not a brush. That's also not a brush. Wait, what? When did when did I select this color? Okay, let's try getting rid of this and then sloping it into the shoulder. So close. Little trousers. Let's make those panels a little transparent so they don't get in the way of our line work. That doesn't make any sense. Hmm. Torso doesn't look right. The legs. Nah. I think we need to foreshorten it so that it's like facing the camera a little bit. Okay, so with this newfound, I really should have drawn this on a separate layer, but now I have to get rid of it because it's on the line art layer. Let's try moving this back a little. These two need to be next to each other. I need my function layers as close as I can so I don't need to scroll when I'm flipping between them. The less scrolling I do, the more efficient my art is. When you're constantly flipping through layers, you really want to focus on your efficiency. Less time flipping through layers is more time drawing. What if I flatten this curve a little? Yeah. That looks vaguely more like legs than it did before. This part's jutting out. Okay, no, that just doesn't make sense at all. Trying to maybe if I sketch out the legs, this will make sense. Like this looks fine. It's this one I'm struggling with for some reason. Why is this looking wrong? Why do these boots not look like they're on right? Vague shoe-like entities. Okay, maybe this? Stretch it out a little. Not that much. Why was this refused to look natural? I got this one to look perfectly fine. Why am I having trouble here? Oh, this one's a jam. We'll come back to it. We might just amputate his boots and forget he ever had boots to begin with. Don't worry, it's a computer, so we'll just say we replaced the parts. Just now we're gonna have a little cord on the side. It's the opposite side of the button, so you don't see it at all. Awfully convenient. Listen, drawing drawing feet is difficult. Not sure how good of an idea it is to use this as the charging wire, but we can always bucket fill the color if we need to. I like the one book quite a bit. Yeah, I got this boot perfectly fine, and just this boot I'm struggling on. It's always one of the boots. We'll figure something out for the boots. I forgot which color goes into which end of the battery, and if I probably get them wrong, someone's gonna point them out. Alright, red connects to the hexagonal one, black connects to the non-hexagonal one. Actually, it would make a lot more sense if this was just flipped. And this is why we don't try and be conservative with our line art layers. Nevertheless, we can recover. Can I flip you up and down as opposed to not that? Alright. From here to right about where the turn starts. Actually, get rid of this. We don't need it. Alright, clear this. Connect it to where the charger currently is. Right color. For a second, I thought I did some of the line art in the not line art layer. No, don't undo that. I want that line. Move it up ever so slightly. Maybe there needs to be a little bit boot on the other side. Let's go back to the... Wait, I didn't undo something important, did I? Well, I won't know now, because I just effed up the history. Hmm... This is an acceptable boot. It'll pass for now. I'm probably gonna come back to it at some point, but we have a boot. we been going? We've got two decals in an hour and 45 minutes. Let's. God, I need to pick up the pace. I'm sure one drawing of Flippy in 5 won't ruin the rest of the drawings in 10 brush diameter. I, I honestly kind of winged it with these proportions. I really shouldn't, but also I don't like the time spent just going overboard trying to make sure everything works proportionally, and it's a bad habit I have of just taking shortcuts and regretting it later. I'm going back to 5 just to go to the pencil diameter or radius, whatever. Nope, I know that's not tall enough for the line. This does not work at all. Hang on. We can doctor this. We can make this look like an actual body and not doing the stanky leg. That looks better. Flip canvas. Hmm. That looks a little better. Actually, I didn't flip this one. This looks alright. Stretch my back. Fight the shrimp posture. The stand for my drawing tablet doesn't really go that high, so I still have to lean forward a little bit so I can actually draw on what I'm working on. I need to get better at drawing without shrimp posture. This is part of the sketch layer, not line art. No, now it just looks smaller than the other boot. This is too slanted. We tried turning off the sketch layer. Okay, let me make sure I have only this selected. I don't want to mess up anything else on this layer. I didn't mess anything up on this layer, did I? No. Now it's fuzzy. Screw it, it's fine. I shouldn't have ran the risk of rotating this fucking thing. You could see it get slightly dimmer each time I rotate it. Okay, that looks a bit better. It's these damn boots. I don't know how to draw them. Is that the end of this album? Looks like it. We're gonna pull up another Night Trains album. Are there any other albums I listened to? I think I listened to Loaded, but I'm not entirely sure. Night Trains Loaded. I think I've listened to like a little bit of this one, but not all of it. Why do I have this color selected again? Triangle. Everyone knows triangles. Famous, world famous shape. Known for the isosceles gambit, the Pythagorean pass. Triangles are also an instrument. I don't know. I can't really tell of a song where the triangle was significant. I'm not saying the triangle itself is insignificant, but it's hard. I can't really say it's something I notice in a given song. You can like the bass of a song, the drums, the trumpet. Do you ever I can't remember a time where I've been, man, I really like the song's Triangle. And I guess I just have to wait for a song that actually uses the triangle well and makes me respect the triangle as an instrument. I haven't found a song that uses the triangle quite like it's supposed to be used. Must not be a triangle appreciator. Exclamation mark. Famous for warning people about things like zip bombs. You know, there was one. I had a college assignment where the professor wanted us to send our assignments as zip files. I wish I could remember. Visual Basic, that was the one. All of our assignments were coded in Visual Basic, and Visual Basic has, if I remember correctly, a file for files for the IDE you're working in, which is basically the software that makes the code, files for how the interface is built, and files for the basic source code of the software. And sometimes you don't just have one page of source code, you have multiple pages of source code. So when I'm asking my instructor how to send all this to them, he says just package it as a zip file and submit it that way. I honor the bravery of that professor for fully letting the students send in compressed zip files as assignments. I fear for him though, and hope he learns a better way of adding assignments to his students, actually. That's the only class that's ever asked me for a zip file for submissions. Every other class just either just has you send the source files. I remember for my sequel class, I didn't need to send in source code because it's all a command line language. I just needed to send in the commands I wrote and a little comment with my name on it. The problem is, it being mostly a command line interface, that comment is constantly moving. It's not like other languages where you can just put a comment at the top of the script and everyone reads it as the first thing they see in the document. It's so every time I ran a command that needed a screenshot, I'd have a macro for a comment with my name in it, and then I'd actually type the macro I needed to use. And if there was one thing off about the command I was typing, I would just paste my name again as a comment. I probably didn't need to put my name on every single command that was used, but the professor preferred it that way. So he knew it was us typing the commands and not just some rando icon. I'm losing my lines. Wait, what is this on? What have I been painting on this entire time? The color layer, of course. It wouldn't be an art stream if we spent 20 minutes on the wrong layer. What other silly stories do I have about college? I'm sure everyone's college has like vending machines. I had to walk past them every day, and it's always obviously they're there to bait you, but it's whether or not you had food that day determines whether or not you get something from the vending machine. Like you could either drive to somewhere, have food on the campus restaurant, which while good is only open certain hours of the day, or you just buy a Pop Tart from the vending machine. One time I there was a sandwich vending machine and my options were turkey and tuna. Against my better judgment, I went with the tuna sandwich and it actually tasted perfectly fine. It was chilled to a temperature where it wasn't room temperature tuna and I just ate a regular tur- tuna sandwich. Spending an hour figuring out what fucking layer I'm on. Hang on. Okay. Cause like I just liked tuna more a lot more than I liked turkey, and although a vending machine isn't the best place to hold it, god damn it, I wanted a tuna sandwich. For a while, I got lox to put on my bagels, and that was my weekly intake of fish. But the problem with lox is that it goes bad really fast in the fridge, and if you aren't eating it like twice a week, it usually goes bad before you can eat it all. I think I'm just gonna go back to having the like little tuna pouches that you can drain and throw in your sandwich whenever you want, cause I'm just gonna be honest, I miss tuna sandwiches. Face, move the sketch layer over so it matches up with what where the drawing is now. I remember of all the time I used the vending machines, there was exactly one time where my item got stuck in the vending machine and I couldn't reach through the bottom to knock it loose. I could try shaking the vending machine, but there's a sticker that explicitly says not to shake the vending machine, and I didn't want to break it for everyone at the college. Plus, it was also the library, so you couldn't really shake it very much without disturbing everyone who's doing library stuff. So I just said screw it and bought a second item. I don't have to spend more than I wanted to, but at the same time, I get 2 bags of combos. Actually, I don't remember if it was combos or something else I got. Because I remember. Because one day I remember getting combos and just being like, oh, this is ass. This tastes like ass. I don't like these anymore. When it comes to snacks that are kind of an in between actual meals and snacks that you could just munch out of the bag, I think the closest is probably granola bars. I remember I had a phase as a kid where I just ate 2 or 3 granola bars a day, and that was my sustenance. Obviously, I eat actual sustenance now. But if I could live off of granola bars back then, I absolutely would. My favorite were always the Cliff bars. They were an extra level above granola. For shaking vending machines is for your safety. Those things are heavy and desire to crush you. Yeah, glad I didn't take my chances with a vending machine. Actually, we might as well use the same color for the sign. You shouldn't be at 95. You should just be at 100. What? What's going on here? Why are you not filling in the whole thing? Active layer. What is this? Why are you stopping? Must I crank up the tolerance? I just realized I haven't drawn the vest in either of these. I should probably add vests. Sketch layer again, everyone's favorite friend. Speaking of personal safety, I also it was less of a college thing and more of a high school thing, but I got in trouble a lot for leaning back in my chair. My legs were super long and I never felt comfortable in any of the desks, so I just lean back or lie down whenever I could. And out of the entire year, I only fell once. But even with that fall, it was still. Also, I knew a guy in college who was a whiz at explaining vending machines, got items unstuck from combo shaking. Seen precisely and dropping other items on top. Good person to be friends with. That's nice. The ways of the vending machine are cryptic, but available to those who listen. Yeah, no, the more I leaned back in my chair, the better sense of balance I got for how far I can lean without going over the edge. Of course, I took physics that year, so I was thinking about my center of balance and how close I was to just going straight over that. The vest to leg ratio isn't working out. Let me try racing a bunch up here. And joining them down here. That looks better. I know I said I was gonna use 5, but I'm starting to reconsider the outline for this sign. But it happened again. That's better. It looks a lot more consistent. Alright, sketch, green. I think the funniest part of college for me was graduation because for my associate's course. But I'm still in college, but I through half of it. When I was graduating, I didn't really know anyone else who was graduating at the time, so the person I was next to was we just sort of bonded over having the same tassel and the fact that we were standing in line for 2 hours because I don't remember if it was 2 hours or 1 hour, but we were told to arrive an hour before the ceremony so that we had time to get prepared. We didn't go over any rehearsal. We just sort of went there, showed up in our college's graduation robes, the thing. And they played music over the speakers, and we all stood in lines waiting for our house to show up. And I had to wonder, why were we told to show up an hour early just to wait for all the people that didn't show up an hour early? I remember bringing my earphones because I knew I'd be there a while, and I ended up having my earphones in throughout the graduation ceremony. After a while, the Wi-Fi cut out, so I just went back. I looked through my phone to see if I had any MP3s, and on my phone were all of the MP3s I downloaded in high school because my local high school didn't have great Wi-Fi either, so I just used YouTube to MP3 to download any song I wanted to listen to, and I got to go back through my old high school songs. It was kind of funny. I'm very glad that my graduation was slightly overcast because while the weather didn't look like a perfect sunshine, it was much better for the temperature of the event. I don't think I would have been able to stick around for as long as I did had it not been a slight overcast. We all had tents, so even if it rained, it wasn't a big deal, but draw the little buttons. The organizers of the commencement probably didn't want us to have our headphones out, but I had long hair and was able to hide my earbuds pretty well. I also only had one in, so I could still hear everything around me perfectly fine. A lot of people put significant effort into their decorating their graduation caps. I was just too tired from college to really go out all out on it. Plus, I didn't know what was acceptable and what wasn't because my high school had pretty strict talking, pretty strict restrictions on decorating the cap in that you couldn't decorate the cap in the slightest. So I just assumed I just stuck to a simple Deltarune sticker that came for free with my fan gamer merch. I like my fan gamer. And is the album gone? Nope. There's it says 7 out of 10 in the play. We 7 out of 10, so we have including this one 4 songs left for Night Trains. I moved it 2 inches. Did that mess it up on OBS? No, it didn't. I think the biggest contributor to me going to college has been being able to having the process streamlined by the colleges just visiting my high school, because for a while I was new to the whole college enrollment thing and wasn't really sure how well I'd do with it. And then one day I noticed there was a announcement for a presentation by the community college, so I figured, all right, it's something I'm looking into, might as well see how it is. And they actually allowed you to register for your courses at the school. I was talking with an advisor, and they briefly mentioned that computer programming was a major. And of course, I was taking computer programming as one of my high school classes, and it was easily the best class of S, both in how I was performing and what I was learning. So I figured, hey, I might as well make this my major, and here I am with an associate's in computer programming. I think the biggest draw to programming for me is how experimental it is. I just love learning something and then experimenting with all the different applications of it. I really liked sandbox games a lot, and wouldn't I wasn't good at making things, but I enjoyed just tinkering with all the different options available. Roblox Editor was free, so I enjoyed a bunch of that as a kid. I didn't get much in the Minecraft Redstone, but I know I was drawn to any game with a level editor as a kid, and a lot of games didn't necessarily need level editors, but had them anyway, like Mario vs. Donkey Kong games, for example. I don't remember if the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong had a level editor. I think it had like a scrapped one planned, or I might be thinking of a different game. But one of it was either it was Mini Land and Mayhem. I think it was one of the Mario vs. Donkey Kong games that used the minis as opposed to Mario himself. And I played with level editor a ton on that one. I was also a huge fan of WarioWare DIY, which I unfortunately lost the cartridge for. I wish in my I didn't take great care of my cartridges as a kid, and I really wish I kept track of that one because I have like a bunch of old games on there, a bunch of their songs, but I just made funny patterns in the music editor, so I don't know how well they sound. But I wish if I could recover any of my retro games, I'd recover Wario Land DIY. Because it had both sample games you could just retexture and the ability to make your own game. So obviously, I was really drawn to that one as a kid. We're also going to draw a little Discord icon. Where is it? Ripped straight from Volume Mixer Discord. Wait, I'm supposed to be drawing this on the face layer, but this is the future. Abracadabra. Gone. Okay, let me abracadabra this a little more. Abracadabra. Bucket. Face color. Frick. Doesn't look quite like the world famous Discord icon. It just looks like a mutated version of the Monsters Inc. icon. We got two more. Let's power through this. Two more to sketch to line art. I gotta color all of these fucking things. This looks like a birthday cake. You ran out of room as you continued the drawing. Yeah, I didn't. I'm not good at allocating room for myself. Most of these are fine because I have plenty of space, and then this one I decided, yeah, let's shrink this tiny icon into this even tinier thing. Actually, better idea. I'm just gonna do the static. Or, do I want static, or do I want to actually try drawing the Discord logo? Let's give it another go. With feeling. Okay, let's actually start with the eyes, as those are gonna be... Or, let's start with the sketch layer. Then we'll start with the eyes. Two songs left in our album. This looks a lot more Discord-like. Looks vaguely like a head crab, but I... Hmm... Less here. This needs to be way smaller. Is that a good oo or a bad oo? Just to clarify. Good oo. Alright, we're getting there. Resolution issues. Maybe this needs to be a little lower. Ooh noises to clarify. Okay, so you said you typed ooh exclamation mark and I very briefly read it as oof. So it was like ooh, like you wanted someone run into a light post. But yeah, no, this is a good ooh vibe. I briefly misread your chat as oof and I wanted to clarify. Alright. Alright. Full streams. Hmm. There it is. Good old outline. I'm gonna make this a little larger just to fill out all this space we're using. Also, drawing the icons themselves is proving to be an ordeal, so I think I'm just gonna focus on the icons and have plain backgrounds. What layer is that on? Layer, layer, layer. Bzzz. This one's a file to represent the massive file size these streams are taking up on my computer. I remember for a while my OBS settings were set to law. I don't remember if it was highest or lossless quality, and basically it was much higher quality than it should be for hour-long streams, and my Deep Rock Galactic stream ended up being hundreds of gigabytes. And ever since that moment, I stopped to think about how AAA games are roughly the same size as 4-hour video files. The DRG stream was when I noticed I had my OBS quality way too high, but I wonder why it's specifically it was Deep Rock. Hmm. Yeah, I could definitely do single color for a background. Have a bit more elaborate stuff planned out, but working on these icons has been almost 3 hours, so I'm gonna just do simple color for those. And I'm gonna add a little, yeah, just keep it in 5, it'll look weird otherwise. Little file in, I might need to open this file more for this to make sense. Or maybe not. Wait, I erased the wrong line. It's going to be face layer, a little flippy face in the file. No, hang on. I need the big cheese himself. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Alright, let's queue up another one of these albums. Albums. Item up. Lovesick, 1987 to 2017. Well, let me just show you the album art we're dealing with really quick. OBS, OBS. Which one of these is OBS? Wait, wait. Am I getting... Okay, no, yeah, this is the album art. Gotta love puppets. Yay. Dummy from Goosebumps? Yup, Dummy from Goosebumps. Sloppy himself. Whenever you see a dummy, just think Dummy from Goosebumps. He's in the files. I mean, it's just a folder. We're not going too fancy with this one. Games. Alright. The sketch layer. This is the final one where we do line art in, and then we do the fun parts. Actually, let me get the reference for this up. There should be. Oh, hiding and unhiding layers counts as history, so I can't undo this line. I need to read Goosebumps. I have like an entire shelf full of Goosebumps books. I only really wanted like a few, but a relative wanted to give me the entire Goosebumps collection, and they're short reads. I just haven't bothered to read them. And I feel like I should give it a shot, because it's not as campy as the 90s TV show, but some of them I still find vaguely interesting, like the garden one. I forget what it's called, but where the kid's dad was getting possibly replaced with a. Okay, now I need to look up the book title so I'm not just rattling off vague memories. Read none of them. I've read a couple standout ones, like Curse of the Mummy's Tomb and How I Shrunk My Head. I used to read it a lot more in elementary school, but the first result on Google is just Plant Dad. Okay, stay out of the basement. I fondly remember Stay Out of the Basement. I read a couple of them. I just haven't read half of them. I was only expecting like a few books when I asked for Goosebumps for Christmas as a kid, and ended up getting the entire collection. The all-consuming goo. Oh my god, Monster Blood. Monster Blood was definitely the one I read. There was like three sequels to Monster Blood. It was one of those premises where R.L. Stine was like, okay, I have my other concepts, but Monster Blood is definitely the peak one. The Living Dummy I didn't necessarily find interesting to warrant multiple sequels, but Monster Blood deserved every single one. Just like this all-consuming goop that you can't stop once it's released is And a part of the book where it starts to actually, it doesn't technically eat them because it's still a cheerloon's bark, but like they're pale after getting ran through the monster. But that was scary. I remember one of them was about kids who found a slime monster hiding in a camp. I don't remember what the context was, but I fondly remember the end of the book where it was this sergeant guy talking about how cleaning yourself fights junk, and if you don't want to be like the goo monster from the book, then you gotta practice basic hygiene in order to not become combat the goop. Good lesson, but it was just too forced by having it read out by like a sergeant character when the only characters in the book were just camp counselors and camp kids. Alright, we've sketched the cube. Applaud. I feel like I'm drawing this short. I need to stare at this for another 10 minutes before I can figure out. It's this line. These two lines are fine, but this needs to be more parallel with the original box's vanishing points. This one's fine because it's technically rotated, but this one's a lot more obvious when it stands out. Actually, I think I made it go too wide. Go eat worms, for example. I remember one of the books was about dangerous sharks, and then out of nowhere, there's a mermaid subplot to fight off the sharks and help out the kids. And all I could think of was how mermaids didn't fit Goosebumps. I think in terms of horror, I remember Neil Shusterman. I probably butchered his name. I remember Neil Shusterman sticking a lot more in my head in terms of child horror. I read un I read Unwind in high school, which obviously it wasn't meant to be like a horror, but while working through the assignments, I couldn't help but think about how screwed up as a concept that is, that your organs can just no longer be your organs and you can effectively just be removed as a person. That never really sat well with me. I also remembered Full Tilt. Wait, didn't we? I think this is a compilation. I feel like we've already listened to the song, but yeah, this is a compilation of songs, but it's cool, so I don't mind listening to it. Yeah, no, there was Full Tilt, which was about kids who discover a paranormal haunted circus. Like, I can remember what happens in the book. I'm just trying to think of a way of explaining it without just giving a regular plot synopsis of what happens in Full Tilt. I think I remember a book of short stories from Neil Shusterman that I believe I read after Full Tilt. That there was one about there was one about a button that ended the world as soon as you clicked it, and all I could think of was, why is that even there? Like, just lock it in a safe and bury it in like the ocean or something. Why do you even have that within arm's reach? Like, it's obviously scary when you're reading it, but when you're thinking about it, I just can't help but think about it practically. And then there was another one which vaguely was inspired by Full Tilt, kind of like a spiritual successor, where a kid just it's this really cool roller coaster that just sort of disappears into nowhere, and everyone that rides it just disappears off the ride. And by the end, there's it's written from the perspective of a kid that doesn't go on the ride and just watches other people go on while he gets mocked by the guy running the ride. And the book ends with, I'm gonna sit there, stare him right in the eyes, and say I don't want to take the roller coaster, which was kind of a weird ending. Like, yeah, he doesn't have power over you, but at the same time, you're just watching other kids go into the ether. It wasn't really a satisfying ending, but it was an ending. Hmm. I need to change the layer as I'm about to actually start drawing the thing now. Is this a 5 or a 10 drawing? We'll go 5 just to be safe. Wait. No, 10, never mind. 5 is. This is 15, this is 5. Wait. I'm not gonna question it. I know what diameter is good for me. I think the different colors really help when sketching out cubes. So like some of these extend slightly past this one specifically extends slightly past the barrier, and I'm not sure if it'll be awkward if this one extends past the barrier and this one goes behind the barrier like this. I'm not sure if that'll look weird or if that'll look totally fine. I could also just let me stop fiddling with the camera. I could also just center it like this. That way it pokes out less, but you can still see the thing in full. Okay. I'm gonna need a minute because I have to feed a bird, believe it or not. You hear him? So, for context, my mother finds a bird on our driveway right after we pull into the house, and we end up not being able to find his mother. He can't really fly, and he's just sort of stuck on the ground. So my mom decided to clear out one of the bird cages we have and take this guy under our wing, no pun intended, until he's able to fly back to wherever his mother is. Do you think he already ate the blueberry? Wish I remembered. Like, we looked up what type of bird it is. I just don't remember. I just remember that I'm supposed to feed him blueberries. And there's the ice cream truck that I'm not going to get. I don't know if you guys can hear it through the microphone, but it's been driving every so often for the neighborhood, and like, I want ice cream, don't get me wrong, but I don't want the prices of getting ice cream every time that ice cream truck rolls around to add up. So I just gotta remind myself, no, we have ice cream at home. You do not need to get ice cream every time the ice cream truck rolls around. Do you not want the blueberry? Okay, I think you're done. He chirps when he wants food and then stops chirping when he doesn't want food. My mom usually feeds the bird, but she's at work, so I'm currently sustaining the bird through blueberries. The bars of his cage are just wide enough for me to fit a fork through to feed the bird. I just sort of attach the blueberry to the end of the fork and he pecks it off just fine. Burb. Rotate canvas. It's there for a reason. No. Random line. I was speaking with my grandmother recently, and she's it's the it's the time of the year where she starts to get into iced coffee, and she ordered decaf for the specific purpose of not being able to drink iced coffee without getting sent into a total rush. Because like when you're on a hot day and you just want a cold beverage, iced coffee does the trick, but it's also you gotta keep in mind you're still drinking coffee. So if it's refreshing, sweet, or chocolatey latte, you're still drinking coffee. So you get all the fun perks of drinking coffee. I don't think we've heard this song before. Circle, engage circle mode. This isn't lined up. I was just looking at this briefly for reference, and it doesn't line up. select this, control copy, paste, transform, merge, and I can see it even less now. Let's bump up this opacity and then merge. That way it doesn't go ghost on us. Oh, Control S. We haven't saved in a while. See that little circle that appears at my cursor that I think is visible? It's a little. It does the little loading animation whenever you save, and that little circle is insurance that your entire hours of work doesn't just go to waste, just disappear into the ether. I feel like this extends too far to the right. And looks. Condense this down a little. This is supposed to be the other direction. Can we get away with making this a little larger? Fuck. Fricked it at the last second. That works. Alright. We have everything. We have the line art for all of this. I'm going to take a second to let the dogs out, and I'm going to be right back with the line with filling the color. Color and shading shouldn't be nearly as long as the line art took, but I'm still just gonna take a quick break just to on. I've been sitting at this for 3 hours. I'll be right back to let the dogs out. Don't go anywhere. Or do I don't? Yeah, I'm not. I don't make the rules. on now. And as soon as I come back, the bird chirps. Listen to him. That's the sound of more blueberries. Feed me my sustenance. Oh, oh. I just dropped it. It's somewhere on the floor. Oh dear. There's blueberry on my floor. Stand still. Like, there's a part of the bars that's slightly to the side that I've been feeding him through, and then he decides to move to the other parts of the cage where there isn't a gap wide enough for a fork with a bit of blueberry at the end of it to not fall off. And it, like, they fall down, and he doesn't go down to pick them up. He just flips that he has doesn't have his sustenance yet. I'm going to risk opening the cage. Okay, never mind. He went back to the spot with a gap. Okay. And he just chucks it. He had it in his beak, and then he throws it to the side. Okay. Here. Oh no. Oh no, I knocked down his perch. Oh dear. Even when I'm feeding a bird, I somehow manage to have technical difficulties. So far, what we're using for perches are various sticks we found that can travel the length of the cage and a ruler. We were just looking for straight things in the house to put on a bird cage, and ruler was one of them. No? Are you good on blueberries? No, you still want blueberries. Okay. I can feed you more blueberries, don't worry. One more should be good. Should be good there. Seems content with the amount of blueberries that are in his stomach. He's tiny, so he gets full pretty quickly and then gets hungry again pretty quickly. Okay, I'm finally back. Enough dilly-dallying. We gotta finish these. We need something to put in our Twitch bio other than... What is it? Hang on. We need something to put in our Twitch bio other than Raid Shadow Legends. Use code MyTurn for 200,000 free metal, cup, silver, whatever, and a legendary epic, not legendary, and an epic hero to go with it. We need something other than that. I was thinking about other books I read during my time in school, and I also thought about other random stuff that's just been that I decided to ask for as a child. I forget what the name of it was. I remember the catchphrase, if you control the road, if you got the code. I wish I could remember. That's supposed to go with a toy, but I don't remember what toy that goes with. I just remember a bunch of kids huddled around a racetrack and putting QR codes to control the cars. At first, I thought it was really cool, so obviously I asked for it for Christmas, and when I got it, I realized that the QR codes were stickers, and all I could think of was, so once I put it down, I can't reapply it somewhere without it losing its sticky. And then I just didn't want to play with it. There's a lot of things as a kid that I probably could have fought twice before putting on a Christmas list, and I don't blame my mother for it. I ask for things and then don't understand why I don't interact with them. Now that I'm significantly older, I can appreciate my room not being cluttered by things I arbitrarily don't think I need. Alright, we're gonna use some on the coloring line, right? Where's the vest color? That's purple. I also never solved the Rubik's Cube as a kid. I heard that you could just focus on the corners, but I didn't know what to do after the corners. Actually, I couldn't even get the corners. I got one face, and that was the furthest I got with Rubik's. I haven't. I don't think. I remember trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in like. I don't think I've done that for a couple years, but I think what they meant by focus on the corners is how each corner can only have a specific conversation, a combination of tiles. Like now that I'm thinking about it and thinking about how the colors fit together spatially in my head, now I want to try and solve a Rubik's Cube again. You have like regular Rubik's Cubes that are with just colors, and then you have Rubik's Cubes with images where everything can be on the right side of the Rubik's Cube, but if one of them's rotated wrong, then it technically isn't solved. I remember there was a very specific Rubik's Cube where I gotta look this up. 360 Rubik's Cube. So if you thought a regular Rubik's Cube was confusing, have you ever ran into, let me put it the right, what are these? Look at this monstrosity. So there's tiny little orbs in the center, and what you're supposed to do is tilt and tumble this thing until these orbs go into these valves. You can use these little turnies to determine whether or not the balls can actually go into their respective holes. But I understood none of this as a kid and just thought this was impossible. I don't even know if I still own this, but I remember when it was in my toy chest, it would always make an obnoxious sound whenever it's moved, and just look at it. That's all I really need to explain is just how ridiculous it looks. Alright, that's the face layer that I need to correct. Is that a part of the face layer? No. What layer is that? That's on the icon layer. Another thing as a kid that I probably didn't need was a Crayola 3D. 3D isn't the right word for it, but it was a panoramic drawer where you had this dome, and anything you drew on the dome could be rotated or even animated. And it sounds cool, but it has a ridiculously small resolution. It was like around the 2000s. Okay, here we are. Here's what I'm looking for. Not really elaborating on any of these toys. I'm just sort of commentating that they exist. Does anyone remember Paper Jams? Those flat guitar toys that made you think that you were playing the instrument. So the premise is, instead of learning how to play an instrument, you have this song where a specific instrument is muted, and every time you press a button on this flat guitar toy, it would play a note from the guitar. It didn't matter which notes you pressed or what order you pressed them in. You could just keyboard mash and it would sound like you were playing the song. And it was fun up until you realized there was one song stored on the toys. So if you wanted to feel like you were playing the guitar, you could only do it to that one song. Speaking of old toys I had as a kid, me and my brother used to be into Bakugan a lot. Like any franchise where there are things you could collect, like Pokemon, Beyblade, Bakugan. Me and my brothers tried it to some extent. Not Digimon though, for whatever reason. We I used to have a ton of Digimon toys. Unfortunately, some other kid wanted them, and I was like 13 at the time, so I didn't understand the value of what was in the bag. I just thought I didn't touch this anymore, and I didn't want it. I didn't play with it anymore, and I didn't want it crowding around my room. I wish that was one of the things I really wish I held on to instead of just giving it away. But now I could just sort of hope that the kid enjoys it. Also, I just now noticed that when I rotate the canvas, it changes the scroll wheel because where the bottom is technically changes wherever I rotate this. That's fun. I suppose it's the universe is equal because there was one time where one of my friends was moving away and they didn't really have room in the new house for all of their Skylanders, so I got a significant portion of them as well as the games. I don't play Skylanders much, but there's a few I have on my shelf just because I like their designs. I was supposed to draw this. We're gonna want to make another coloring layer. Wait, is that what I is that what I think it is? Oh my God, I used the oh no, I used the music tab to look up Rubik's cubes and the past song was just an image of a freaking Rubik's cube. Whoops. It's the taunt sound for pizza. It's it's the Pizza Tower sound. Famous hit indie game Pizza Tower. Brain rot is real tonight. Wait, why is this behind icon line? Let's just let's not think about it too much. You are not hearing voices. This song just has dialogue in it. Wait a minute. Did I get the colors right? I don't think I did. No. I did not get the colors right. This is supposed to be for the screen, not for the face is supposed to be above color. This is supposed to be for the screen, not for his entire computer. Chassis the case. I also gotta add little details like the little disk slot. You know, I like computers a lot, but I don't think I've actually built my own computer despite doing so much studying for a CompTIA degree. Like, I've swapped individual parts, but never built an entire computer from scratch. I'm thankful to have my brother work on it, of course, but don't think I've actually done it myself. I'm gonna make this brighter just so it contrasts with the just wheeling this up, making sure. Oh no, that wasn't supposed to be drawn on that layer. Good thing we discovered it now. Alright, control cut, control paste, control face. I hope my commentary is entertaining. Alright, back to reference me. There we go. These two should be the same color. Yes. These two are slightly different colors. Drawing on the wrong layer again. This is a new one, I think. New song. Nope. Gotta turn off the snap because my number pads are keybinds for Fire Alpaca. Actually, we're doing this the wrong way. Reference canvas. We don't need sketch layers, so we can turn that off. I undid moving this one. Let's increase the expand. We'll just make it purple. Oh, looks nice. Maybe deepen the pants a little just to make them just for the contrast, and we can't forget the cute little buttons for his vest. Extra important. There are exactly 2 buttons. 1, 2. Our work is done. If I... Okay, so... We don't... Alright, we drew this as a whole, so we don't need to... We're gonna want a tint of this. Free songs left out of this playlist. I need to drink water. I have water. I just don't go out of my way to sip it. It just sits there underutilized and depressed. New flippy color dropped. That's right, we have variants of flippy. One moment. Active layer, make sure all of this is connected. Reference active layer. We have magenta flippy. We have aqua flippy. We have annoying lime green flippy. We have red flippy. Order today and you might even get the rare exclusive gold flippy. That's not a gold color. More orange. Gold? It would look like gold, but order today. The trousers will be important to the Flippy's character. Actually, I might as well use this color. Nah. Vest color looks better for the monitor screen. Alright, next Flippy. Most of these are just Flippy, so we can have... So we don't need to worry about picking colors. Paint bucket. Oh boy. Oh, I remember why I should be a bit more careful with my paint buckets. Let's not reference active layer. Uh, paint bucket. Aw, yeah. You know, if the song's good enough, I don't mind listening to it multiple times in a row. I'm just gonna make this slightly darker so it doesn't blend in with the arms. Yet another flippy color. Massive shifts to the meta with this new palette. Begone Discord. One of these is the one I randomly decided to paste Discord onto. One of these is. Where did I go? There it is, layer 7. Anything else on layer 7 before I just annihilate it for the sake of space? Nope. Coloring layer. Like from a glance, it's hard to distinguish the flippy colors. Let's throw in a bit of gray. Actually, no, that's not. This looks fine as is. Or should we use the best color for this? What time is it? I have a scheduled orange light filter, so I'm making sure that isn't active yet. Because like when I'm gaming, I don't really need all the colors, but when I'm drawing, those colors are important. This is just a file. Wait a minute. Where did this come from? Huh. I mean, we could just. There we go. on the GameCube, there's supposed to be a dedicated spot for the disc, as opposed to just because like in the reference, there's a clear dip, and then there's where the disc's sold. So I want to replicate that. And as for the disc itself, it's gonna be a GameCube reference. No, that doesn't work. That outline's way too thick. Will this fit? I don't know. That might be a bit too scuffed. No, hang on. I have something better than just writing Flipside on it. Just let me get the right color. Hmm. Alright, let's see if Apple Music decides to work again. Also, that reminds me, save. Control S. Alright, let me... Oh, that's all my playlists. Hang on. Hang on. VOD watchers will not hear any of this. Listen, if you're a VOD watcher, you're just gonna have to catch a live stream for these cat jam tunes. Almost forgot the buttons. Okay, the bird. The bird's chirping again. It wants more blueberries. Yes, you want blueberries. Whenever he thinks I'm gonna beat him, his mouth just stays open and he chirps ecstatically. Might need to get more blueberries. I'm almost out of this little container. I was just given a small to-go container with blueberries in it. Come on. Oh, is this on too tight? I have to make sure the blueberry's loose enough on the fork so that he can just yank it out without much force. Sometimes I think they just miss completely. Alright, are you done? Nope, he still wants more. I am merely a blueberry delivery boy. Do you not? Okay, no, he still is eating them. Because sometimes he just waves his head around awkwardly instead of eating the blueberry. One more. Nope, okay, it's just gonna keep dropping. I gotta clean my floor now. There's like free blueberries on the floor. Nope, he doesn't want blueberries now. I'm almost done. Just need a shade. Need to remember I have a reference on literally the other tab. Gotta line up with the other symbol. Alright. We can move on to shading. Do we want to shade these? Because there isn't much shading on the PNG model, which I can switch to this tab over instead of flashbanging the audience. This is the complicated inner workings of a VTuber, PNG tuber. I'll do a little bit of shading. Not go overboard with it, but oh, hang on. There we go. Let me turn up the brightness of my tablet because it's this way I can easily make out the. Could also just be my glasses. I don't clean them as often as I should. Is that line art? Yes, that's line art. There's a lot of minor specs that didn't get caught by. Wait, that's on the face layer. That's line art. No. Okay. Supposed to go in the shading layer. Meh. I'm not sure how well that works. This is missing something right here. And the buttons. They're gonna resemble buttons, but not quite be the buttons. Not really sure what to shade here. This is mostly just an assortment of icons, and I drew on the coloring layer, not the shading layer. Oh, this is a new feature. I have to undo them all individually. Well, then I wish. That's good to know that exists. Whatever happens if I hold control. Same thing. I think we're good. Actually, background panels. No, I don't even use the lasso for these ones. Okay, maybe we need just some lasso. Alright, these ones are packed a bit tightly together. So that's color, text. We're just gonna rewrite text. Line. This one's the only one that used two color, and we're not moving that one. And face. I want to select this one. This is a bit inefficient. just need this area in between, and the rest I can get with a lasso. Both of these can move out. This direct, no, that's not what I wanted. Background panels. Forgot I moved the text too. Gotta plug my headset in. There we go. Alright. Now, which to use for the background color? I think I'm gonna use this as the color for the outlines. Oh, okay, except for that one part where that doesn't work. Then we're gonna use slightly brighter version of this as the background. Alright. Throw all of this into a folder, that way we can hide and unhide it all at once. Icon 2 should be in here. Text should be in here. We won't need it for long, but might as well leave it in here. Hide the GameCube, we don't need it. Now we can take this, grab our paint bucket. Bloop. Oh, that's not what I wanted. And now we hide all of this. My tablet is starting to get very warm. What about, hang on, currently copy pasting that into my color picker. Wait. Okay, hang on, I can convert it to RBG. Alright. 175, 140, 150. One. Hmm. For I kind of like the purple more aesthetically. Did I convert this way. Wait, this is supposed to be 7. Wait. This might just be me goofing up the conversion process. I might have the wrong color. That works. It's in the same ballpark, but still has a purplish feeling. Speaking of which, okay. Yeah, that's the same rough gray area, literally, while also still fitting the palette of the rest of the colors I've been choosing. Alright, let's redo this text and we'll have ourselves our stream assets. Cool, positive. Can't spell cool without ooh. Alright, text. Text 2. It's the sequel. Hmm. I think I could use arm gray, or I could actually. No, 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 not using. I could use. Nah, that kind of blends in too much. I don't like that. Like, I can see it now, but you wouldn't really see it if you squint. Hmm. I might want to use a darker color instead to contrast with the text. I might just use the same color I'm using for the outlines. Actually, I could just do this behind other text too. Well, not that's not behind. Now it is. I could use it as like a drop shadow. Alright. Just to be sure. There's a way you could make a line while doing. There we go. Actually, wait. There's a mode dedicated entirely to this. Almost forgot. Okay, just to make sure I don't. My penmanship isn't the best when it comes to letters. I've never made a font, so this is just gonna be me writing normally. Of course, I usually don't have a guide up when I do it, but this is gonna be a stream asset, so now I'm extra focused on my handwriting. Nope. It's not gonna fit. Birthday cake. Dang it. Alright, what layer is that dot on? There it is. Also, Control S. Anything we make is temporary and can be whisked away by the will of the gods. It's saved in my SSD drive, but now I need to worry about my SSD drive. If anything happens to it, this has disappeared off of the ether. Fuck. This U is too big. I need to make a smaller U, a less resource intensive U. Hope it's not going to be obvious. They had to make one of the letters shorter, actually. Okay, first I gotta hide the original text. It's squished. It's definitely squished a bit, but it fits. These next ones are gonna be should be easier actually. Hang on. About me, donation, rules, Discord. Full streams is gonna be harder than about me to fit on one line of text. Written largely, of course. So these next ones shouldn't be as hard to fit. Fuck. Okay, so we gotta be a little conservative with our space. Birthday cake. I wrote the wrong one. Okay, we're gonna ignore that that happened. Other word that begins with the letter D. Oh my god. Actually, this isn't even the text. This is just the icon being too far to the right. Color, shade, icon. Whoops. I forgot about face. Donate. Donate has one letter less than Discord, so this should be a cakewalk. Not a birthday cakewalk, just a regular cakewalk. Could you tell I've never designed a font before? Alright. Move this over here. Actually, this icon is also too far to the side. Oh, that's because I'm drawing on the guide layer. Move the guide. Two more to go. Oh dear, we broke it. I guess it's part of the face layer. Alright. Other album we can throw in the jazz. We just need a little bit more jazz. and then we'll make it through. How about some blues? Save, save all our colors, including the blues. Control S. We put effort into this. We don't want to put more effort into this. E. What? Okay, I'm drawing on the. Wait, no. Oh, I'm not using a brush. I'm using the selector. Rules and full streams. This is going to be the hard one. I could just do VODs, but I don't know if everyone who uses Twitch knows what VOD. I think everyone who uses Twitch knows what VOD means. Which one of these is the? There it is. Gone. Hmm. Maybe if I make it smaller, I'll shake less when I draw them. No, I will not get birthday cake again. I will not suffer birthday cake dilemma. No, it's happening. I don't have space to move this back. Go big. No, don't flip it. No, that moves all of the text. I don't want to move all of the text. Fuck. Rip. Rip. Perfect outlines. There's no way you could fit an M in there. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut. Nah, I'm just calling it VODs. Fuck this. The birthday cake wins today. The inevitable passage of time is the true winner. VODs is barely gonna fit on here. No, I'm not capitalizing every letter in VOD. That takes up precious space. Oh, if you want to see an example of birthday cake dilemma, you should see my backpack battle streams. I haven't streamed the game recently, but the entire premise of that game is getting all of your items to fit in a limited bag space. Nope, that's not it. Alright, hide the guide, save, and now there's an epic trick I'm going to do to give all of this an instant drop shadow. Duplicate, move the whole thing down to right. We don't want any gaps. And we should be able to just swap? No, no, this one hue. Okay, no, I don't think I want that. Do I want A lighter drop shadow or just an actual drop shadow that you guys can't see it, but I have hue, saturation, and brightness for sliders. I can either make a drop shadow that's lighter than the text or darker than the text. So let me try darker. What if the I'm not sure how I should make this look. Does this look good? I barely know what any of these mean. Sand? Oh dear, what have I done? Oh! I figured it was just like a noise pattern. No, I just fills my screen with sand. Maybe reduce the opacity of the drop shadow until it looks good. Curse be upon me. Alright. How's this? I could also turn down the brightness, turn up the brightness of the drop shadow. Or maybe I could just move it more so that there's more distinction. It's hard to do that without leaving gaps. How much of a shadow should be there? I think that looks nice. It's not too harsh of a contrast, and you can still legibly read what's on the thing. Actually, hang on, there are other layers I can mess with. Control save, just to make sure we don't phantom swipe our progress. Cloud. Filter. Moisac. 16. That just bit crushes everything. Actually, that might be a useful one. I'll keep that in my back pocket, but I don't think we'll use it quite this second. Cursive bitrate. Noise. Oh, alright. I'm not sure. What's noise gonna look like? I don't see anything. I don't hear any noise. Sea urchin flat. Length. This is that manga technique. Length random. Density. Fade in and out position. Update randomness. Ooh, this could be useful. Okay. Peak density random, peak length random, and spam this. Fun. Oh crap. Birthday. not sure if I wanted to keep it a flat color for the panels or if I want to try a gradient. Okay, I don't want to gradiate the whole fucking thing. We have magic wands for this purpose. Reference active layer, BG background, and then I can take that and throw whatever gradient I want into there. I don't really work with gradients, so I'm not sure how gradient I could use this. Like I should just make a gradient, but I don't fiddle with this. Okay, it's not showing up in OBS, but there's a lot of settings for gradient edits, and I don't know any of them. Alright, so it doesn't let me just pick the color. I have to enter in its values in a separate color picker, so let me try color picking U, copying the, oh, I can paste hexadecimal in here. That's good to know. Okay, copy this, copy this, gradient, gradient part 1, gradient 2, very subtle gradient, but okay, by subtle I mean you can't see it. So the shorter I make the line, the shorter it makes the gradient and eventually starts. Color, lighter, lightest. So if I'm working between here and here, do I want something lighter than this or do I want a darker in between? If I adjusted the color here, does that adjust the color in the gradient I'm working with? No, it doesn't. But I can drag a new one to see what it looks like, and no, green isn't the right color for this. Hmm. It clashes too much here. Should I darken it a little bit? I mean, let me try gradient the other way. Let me try adding a separate anchor just to mimic the one next to it. Copy, paste. There, that way there's more of the foreground color than or I haven't touched the gradient before, and now I'm obsessing over it. Mm, eh. It looks a bit better with a gradient. It's not like a massive difference, but it gives a nice chrome feel. Everything's chrome in the future. I don't know the hotkey for gradient, so I'm using the mouse again. Gradients. I have all been gradiented, like a nice sheen of paint. Took them to the car wash, dipped them in rubbing alcohol, and they're sparkly new. I should use gradients more often. I'm just not used to them. Alright. These look pretty good for Twitch panels. I just realized I'm gonna have to save all of these individually. Think it makes them a bit busy and muddy on the right edge. You're right. Yeah, it blends in too much with the background. Or maybe I could save this. Alright, instead of trying to make a color darker than the pre-established background color, let's just make it lighter instead. You could barely see the difference. Alright, lighter. You could still barely see the difference. Deepen this just a little bit. Alright, let's try making both of them a little darker. We're gonna go light on this just so we find the good range where do we still want is it still worth it to try with gradients? Are we gonna make a good final product by the after this experimentation? I'm just asking these questions to myself. Don't feel pressured. No, we can't really go darker than that. Maybe I do need to try a third color. Yeah, that looks a lot more defined. And even if it's the other way around, you can still read what the text says. Nah, I still think it's too much contrast on this end. I don't know, maybe we just gotta scrap. Do I just scrap gradient or. Hmm. I mean, the anchor's far enough to the right that it just covers the icon, then we don't really need to worry about it. It's subtle and hard to notice, but it'll also keep our text readable and easy on the eyes. Alright, now it's going to hate selecting the gradients. Okay, now I want to try giving this just a little darker, because I feel like it's too bright now. Nah, now it just looks too dark. Or, oops, didn't mean to do that. That seems good. Text is legible, it's not too much of a contrast, and it fits the palette. Those are all success conditions. Now I figure out how to get all of these on different PNGs. I'm going. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is because I definitely want to get these on the stream before we end it. Just so I'm going to export it as a transparent PNG. Panels. I'm going to open them in a separate software when they're all flattened, just so I can don't have to deal with layers. Oh, I didn't save it with a transparent background. Are you kidding me? Export, transparent, panels, overwrite, paint.net. Good old paint.net. There we go. Now everything is nice, convenient, and transparent. Alright, save. Now I'm going to crop all of them and save as individual PNGs. Crop to selection, save as. I'm gonna make a new folder just to keep things. Can I make it new folder? Yes, please. New folder. Donate.png. Now I just undo and I'm gonna screen capture paint.net. It's not a very complicated process, but I just might as well window capture it just so you could see what I'm working on. It's a very different software, but it's just a pretty basic video editor. Crop, save as. This is about. In Canada, it would be pronounced about me. And then undo, move, redo. Move. Do I have a shortcut for this? No, just crop to selection. There's probably a better way of lining them up, but this works. Save as games. Undo. Move over to rules. Try and get it as centered as we can. Crop. Save as. Rules. Undo. Did I miss a bit? Why is this one cut short? Crop. Save. Discord. Move them over here for one last time. Save as VODs. Now that they're all saved as PNGs, I should be able to go to my Twitch channel. Channel. Edit panels. Alright. Add a text or image panel. Add image. Choose file. Drag it there. V2 panels. Now, I don't have the text that's going in these. That will come at a later time. Wait. This has transparency, right? Okay, it's transparent. Good. So, there's not going to be words to go with this yet, but trust me, I will write them. Alright. Add image. Rules. Okay, about me. About me. Rules. Games. Alright, games is up. Discord. And this one we can actually attach a link to. Let me grab a link from the server. with viewers and share art. And the last one we need is donate. I have a tip jar on Stream Elements, but I'm not sure exactly how that works, other than I can link to it. Oh my god, you can barely see. I made one of the wires black, and you can't see the black wire in dark mode. I'm just gonna hope that wire is visible. Oh wait, I almost forgot VODs. Hang on. Stream Elements. There's. I remember there being a tip jar. I don't remember what happened to it. Uh. It used to show me where my tip jar was, and now it doesn't. The tip jar Stream Elements. Yeah. How do I get that for my channel? I'm not sure where I get the link to add a donation panel to my Twitch channel. Copy the tipping link and paste it to the donation panel on Twitch. Yes, that's what I've been looking for. Alright. I am officially a shill. I am adding my donation link into the panels. Donations are entirely optional, but are support ways appreciated. Can I change the order of these panels before I... Oh, I don't... Okay, I can. It just disappears for a second when I do it. VODs and... Oh, I didn't make a proper crop for VODs. Hang on. You guys have been sitting in paint.net purgatory. I apologize. Look at my stream bio and you'll see all the stuff I've been putting in Twitch. VODs. Done. Image links to my channel. Copy paste this channel. Put it in the link that I forgot where my dashboard was. Image links to channel. Streams are archived here, but will not have music in to avoid DMCA muting. Besides, the raid sponsor still floating there. Don't worry. Only 2 more days for that sponsor. And actually, we can just. Pretty sure we could move it in between. That way, it isn't the absolute first thing you see. Next to the donation. Yeah. Alright. Submit. If the raid sponsor wasn't twice the size of my panels, it'd be cool. I need to figure out. Okay, so in Fire Alpaca, I'd love to say I'd just do this later, but it's gonna be something I'd put off till the end of time, so let's just get it now. Alright. Color pick this. Of course, it has an entirely different keybind. Slightly more. Make it like gray-ish. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Aw, frick. Alright, let's turn down the tolerance even more. Oh, it's got right here. I forgot. Okay, so we're gonna take our little brush. Actually, what am I doing? I still have my drawing tablet pen. We're just using it elsewhere. Only a little scuffed. Only a little bit. Okay, a little more tolerance, but not enough that you flood the whole paper. Like that. You can see the exact moment where it just becomes too much. Alright. Now, take this, save as, donate to, no, crop it first, and then save as, and then undo. Alright. Panels, image, donate to. Probably could have picked a different color, but you can actually see it now. Beautiful. We have panels and a raid sponsorship. The rate sponsorship is still there. Alright. Actually, hang on. There might be some fun adjustments in here. What do we have to mess with to cut the stream off? Fragment. Destroy. Whoa. Whoa. I'm seeing double. I'm seeing quintuple. Oh. This might induce motion sickness. This is ridiculous. You guys aren't even seeing the options I'm fiddling with. You're just watching it fragment in real time. Alright. Effects. Artistic. Pencil sketch. This is actually kind of fun. Alright. Blurs. Quantize. I mean, there's not much colors as is besides the gradient in the background. It just crushes the colors so there's less of them. Dense? Oh, what did I do? I've turned it into water. This is like filling around with Mario Paint, seeing all the fun ways you can erase your drawing. Turbulence. Oh, uh, it's terrifying. Alright, what else? Frosted glass. Alright, objects, drop shadow, red eye removal, render clouds. Okay, no, this is the same cloud nonsense as last time. We're familiar with the clouds. Turbulence. Oh, this is just vomit. We had one too many Skittles here. Oh, that's murder for the pit rate. Stylize. Outline? Oh, I've turned it into a Mogus. Relief? Ooh, ooh. I didn't know this was a thing. I like this. Let's do more of it. More relief. Alright, so that's the... Good to know that's there. We'll do one more. Sharpen. Okay, no, that doesn't do anything. We'll do another distortion. Crystallize it. No, hang on, I gotta zoom in for this. Alright. Noise, distort, crystallize. Start at 2. Oh no, you gotta help me, I'm being turned into rocks. Oh, yo, you're back. Listen, I gotta tell you something before. Man, I should do this every art stream. This is hilarious. What are distortions? Pixelate. Oh no, tile reflection. What's so quite self-descriptive? You ever want to see me on a stained glass tile? Now, there you go. Or this is just fun. I'm just messing around. Womp. Oh, I can reverse it too. I can move the center. This has just been in the program this entire time, and I'm just now discovering it. Media noise. Oh, it's smooth. That's kind of uncanny. Into water. Okay, maybe reduce it. So, oh, I burned it. Oh, it looks so normal. So about 50%, and then devolves. Kind of reminds me of AI, how it all just melts together. Oh, oh, the soul. Alright. Morphology. Oh, that's kind of scary. What's surface blur like? I don't know. We'll try twist. Oh, quite so. What could I have expected? Alright, we've messed enough as is. We're done here. It's been fun. Let me move back to. Actually, let's see if Fire Alpaca has any funny ones. Uh. Filters. Well, first I have to do all of them, otherwise it might not affect them. Moisac, just bit crushing. Posterization. I guess this. I'm not sure what this is. Oh, Flipnote edition. I just figured out how to clip a broadcast. Neat. I appreciate the clips. What's Japanese pattern? Oh, there's various patterns. Oh, it is also just checkerboard. Where is it? I clicked the button and it didn't make the pattern. Hmm. Chromatic aberration. Ooh, it's like a 3D filter. Put on your 3D glasses that probably work and were definitely included in the box. Channel operation. I don't know what any of this means. Oh, I corrupted it. What have I done? RGB average. G 255. Oh no, that's cursed again. Uncurse it. That's R. That's A. Overcooked. Preset. G component. Monochromization. So we're just various color options. Alright, we're that's gonna about do it for this stream. We've made some Twitch panels and then we messed around with filters a bunch. I think messing around with filters is gonna be a fun way to just decompress after a long art stream because it's nice just making something and then watching it get bit crossed into the crystallizer. Actually, hang on. Just to make sure we didn't miss any. Effects, distort, drop shadow, straighten. Okay, that's pretty simple. We'll do one more crystallize just for fun. Turn into rocks. Rock vision. Julio fractal. Oh, this isn't edit at all. This is just a portal to hell. I found it. Wee. Wee. Effects, render, Mandelbrot fractal. Yup, those is indeed a fractal. Just gonna go through all of them for good measure. Emboss turns it into a normal map, I guess. So like I don't know what the practical application for these are, so I just see them as silly filters, and now I'm intrigued. Now I gotta figure out what all of them do. We've tried turbulence before, that's just vomit. Glow, yup, it does that. Vintageette just applies a darkness over it. Soften portrait. Red eye removal, there isn't any. Our drop shadow, which we can make pink. Maybe a drop shadow isn't a bad idea, but later. Not something we need immediately. Oh, this is more what I was thinking of with noise. crunch it, and then we can reduce noise. Doesn't seem to be reducing much noise. Polar inversion. Oh, now we made a fractal of the Twitch panels. Oh boy. Let's set it to quality to 1 just so it loads faster. Oh dear. Bold? You already done bolds. Color, quantize, blurs, radial blur. That's the Mr. Krabs meme. Blurs, motion blur, zoom blur, fast. Oh, didn't mean to shrink it. Bokeh, just pretty typical blur. I'm used to the blur now. Ink sketch, oil painting. Maximum coarseness doesn't seem to do much. I don't know. They're nice, but none of them are as fun as Fragment. Or as funny as Dense. You turn the turbulence up high enough, it just looks like itself. Just weirder. No, I think that's it. I think that's all the funny effects we can play with. Actually, let me try one more thing. Fractal with crystallize. Zoom in infinitely on this. Blah, 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 blah. Now you can't. I've solved fractals. You just turn them into rocks. Alright, I've fiddled enough with layers for this stream. That's gonna do it. Thank you all for tuning in. I like these art streams. They're fun. They give me an excuse to draw. And as we've seen, sometimes we take pleasant detours along the way. I need to find music to zone out to. I've just sort of been laser focusing on this for the home stretch, but now we can just vibe. Probably gonna be a game stream tomorrow. Not sure if I'm feeling Isaac, if I'm feeling Terraria. I'm definitely not feeling Terraria. I sucked last time I played Terraria. Probably just gonna do some dailies and mining of Isaac. Yeah, it's been fun making stream assets. I think next art stream I'm gonna work on possibly a BRB or intro screen, just so that I have something other than where's OBS? This and this and even this. Something a little more advanced than that and basic top font on OBS. Yep. Alright. Have a good one. I will see you in the future. If you ever think you can't be an artist or don't think you have the time, give it a shot anyway. You may doubt yourself. You may think you're not good enough, but keep at it. You'll be surprised at what you could make. This has been Dr.Flipside signing off. I'm ending the stream now. I'm going to bed. Where's me and OBS? I'm sinking. This is the text that tells you the stream is over. Here it is in a readable font so that you can actually see it against the pure white backdrop. I'm ending the stream.